How are? Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Not like that. Oh, I'm here. Hello, Saru. D, Cake here. Sayori. Hi, hi. Hope you're all doing well on this Monday. Pretty good day. So we're gonna. Ooh. Oh, cool. That works. Wait, that works. My brain. Anyway, gonna show off some pictures from my Iceland trip to start off today and just chat about it a little bit because I thought that would be fun. Because sharing is caring. So that's what I thought I would do. Do some sharing. Making sure all these messages on Discord are things. Okay, they're things. There we go. Minimize that. Hello, King. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Right. Let me do studio mode so I don't horribly mess this up. Right, I need to tell it. That's the preview. And the preview is not working. Oh, that's about right, isn't it? I might just switch to it. I don't know. Do I turn that on enough? On enough? I swear this was working like literally just before the stream. Maybe things don't turn on until I switch to it. Do you know what? I'm just going to switch to it and hope for the best. That's what I'm going to do. 5 minutes in a note. Oh, yeah. Always tech issues. Oh, my God. Please work. Well, I've appeared. That's a start. But the images aren't appearing. You know what? That's fantastic, that is. There we go. Hey, got it working. Right. Images of Iceland. And I think you guys can hear me okay. There we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. And everything in between. That is a pipe organ. A very big pipe organ. There's a better picture of it. This church, by the way, is absolutely massive. Can't remember what the church is called specifically, but it's like a very, very big church. And it's in Reykjavik. I'm going to try and pronounce it properly. Reykjavik, which is the capital of Iceland. And it's huge. That's how big it is. And it took them, we were told, because we did a tour there, it took 40 years to build this church. Which is kind of crazy to me. There you go. Can't quite see it, but there are 5,275 pipes. These pipes here.
Wow.
What? Oh, that won't pop up on the screen. That's fine. That's fine. I knew I'd missed something, but the sound effects still work, so you'll still hear it.
Wow.
Wow. Well, I hope you guys still hear it. I can still hear it. Can you still hear the sound effects?
Wow.
Yes, you can. Cool. Cool. Right. So, first place It's blue. Bonk. Exactly, I've been bonked. So, this place is a place called the Blue Lagoon. So, if I show you these, and it really is like that white and clear blue. And it's all rocky like an alien landscape. It's a pretty amazing place. Here we go. So, that there in front of you is a geothermal power plant. So, what we were told is they pump seawater off the coast all the way to this geothermal power plant, and then they pump it down. I can't remember how deep it goes, but it goes really deep, and it superheats the seawater, and then it comes back up and turns turbines and generates electricity. The byproduct of that is this stuff, which is essentially seawater mixed with sulfur. And that's why it's that color. And yes, it smells. That would be fun to do. This place is amazing. Some of the pictures won't be as clear as others, but some are really good. Like, all this rock, this is all lava rock, so that's a lava field. So that's the ground. That's how high the lava has gotten before, you know, solidifying. And apparently this is a special kind of moss. But I don't know what the significance of the moss is, unfortunately. But playing with a camera, magic moss. Yeah, it could be magic moss. Yeah, pretty good. And then this lava moss, yes. This is a different place altogether. So this is out in the... It's a national park. I just can't remember what the name of the national park is. Hi, Ajira. Welcome, welcome. And yes, we're doing the slideshow today. We've just seen the Blue Lagoon, which is very blue. Right. And then... yeah, you have Jira to thank for helping me fix this, and Sayori for pestering me to do it. Tech support at its finest. So, this is a national park, and this is where the old Icelandic parliament used to come and meet on this particular area of land, where they'd all come from all over, you know, Iceland to this one place. And this was before they had roads or easy ways to, you know, access places, because it wasn't as flat. It was hard going. That's a wider shot of it. So this would be where they'd all come and meet. And I think they met something like, I can't remember if you said once every 10 years or something like that. So what you can see in front of you is obviously a quite flat landscape. You can see there's a giant lake, and then so far up, it just turns to white. That's actually the lake as well. It's just frozen. So it's pretty big. And that's a better of a picture with somebody's hand. That's the one thing I learned on this trip is people love to push in front of you and push around you and stick their hands out for their photos. I can hear the Skyrim OST to some of these. Yes. That's another really nice one. So like that one was to the right, this one's like center. The weather wasn't great the entire trip, but it was good enough. That's a better one. Some of these are done with like normal definition, and some are like ultra widescreen. So like the ones that look like this, a bit brighter, are like ultra widescreen. And you can see down there in the left hand side, there's a church and some buildings as well. Hello, Rebel. How are you? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a slideshow of my trip to Iceland at the moment, so I'm just show and telling. Hope you're doing well, though. And yeah, very cool place. Another one. That's a bit more to the left, because I really like all the mountains with the snow and the rock. It's really good. I missed the church the first time I looked at the pic. Yeah, it's just, in this one, it's just there in the middle to the right slightly. Many ice, much land, 10 out of 10. Yes. Yes, indeed. Bit more blurred. So, to the right there, you can see there's like a little walkway. That's what I was standing on to take the pictures. Can't quite see it very well. There was no way to get a good picture of this. Is the walkway that leads down leads into a huge crevice or crevasse, and you can kind of see people right down there in the middle, and you could walk all the way down and then walk all the way back. But we chose not to because it was like I think they said it was a 20-30 minute walk, but both ways, so 20-30 minutes and then double that. Hello, Ruby. How are you? Yeah, I was told it was a long walk. I'm just doing a show and tell at the moment. I'm pretty good. I'm tired, but I'm good. And I have my bottle of water. Yeah, we can't remember what the company was called, but we went and it was basically tours all 4 days except for one. Yeah, it's amazing. It's a really amazing place. Like that picture as well. This would be the only time I would want cold weather. The cold, it was cold. Like I was not prepared for the coldness. Mountains. Some of these are taken while in a vehicle, but things like this was a good one. So that is absolutely massive. And I do have videos of these, but they don't show up too well, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to find another way to show people the videos.
Wow.
Wow. This is Alps. I mean, it's not the Alps, it's in Iceland, but it's kind of like that. Let's have a look. That's a brighter picture, because sometimes the sun came out. Sometimes. Yeah, and you can hear them as well. It's so loud. Yes, Rebel. There we go. That's it from a different angle as well. It all came down, then it falls kind of to the left, and then down into a gorge. That's more of a bigger shot of the entire thing. Yeah, it all flows down there. That's a good one. I love how the cliffs look as well, because it's like jagged. Can you show months in Czech Republic? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I would assume you can. The best bit is if you go again in the summer, it'll look entirely different. I would love to go in the summer. This is the next place we went to, which was the geyser. Oh, geyser. They said it like loads of different ways. I don't know how you're supposed to say it. So, and this place smelt of sulfur. It was very smelly, but very nice looking. I shall do that. I'll ask you what that means in a little bit. Oh, please. Okay. We're planning to go back in the summer in a couple of years. Yeah, it'd be good. Yeah, this place does smell. And that's danger, fire, because the water's that hot. Oh. It's like you wouldn't think that water was oh, what is it? Well, it says 100 Celsius there, but I think there was another picture that told you in Fahrenheit as well. But you can't quite see it because of the all the steam. But it's really nice looking. There's like loads of different like I don't know if it's like algae or whatever it is in the water, but it looks pretty cool. And that was one of the places the water came out. Right in winter. Okay. And I'll hydrate now. Well, I'm not there now, unfortunately, but I can. When I go back. That one, I believe that was the old geyser. So apparently this one was the original that was there. And it kind of slowly died down in activity, and then they said what they used to do was pour salt into it to make it erupt. But they said that was kind of bad for the environment, so they stopped doing it eventually. And then I don't think I have a picture of the main one. Yeah, the small one is, but the big one, I'm trying to think here. So it's hard to tell, but just here was the little geyser, and then here on the right is the big one that I saw. I don't have a picture, I only have a video, and I'm really trying to get the videos to work. So that'll be something I show on the screen another day. But it's a pretty nice area, despite the smell. And there's some Icelandic horses right in the distance. They told us not to call them ponies, though, because they are not. And there's a waterfall. The first of two. Did you manage to see the lights while you... Sadly, no. It was... The weather was against us every single day. First, we were supposed to do it the first night we got there, then it got moved to the next night, and then it was the second to last night we went, and we just didn't get any luck, unfortunately. I wish we could have seen them, so that was the only disappointment to the trip, was not being able to see the Northern Lights. But there's a big waterfall. Loads of people. It's funny, the amount of people here that were like posing and doing silly things was unreal. And you're just like, you're all looking like silly people right now. But this was a good place. Wasn't... That's to the left of it. Did I take one to the right? So to the right up here where the mouse is, there's a trail that you can go on right up to the top, and just on this peak here is a viewing platform. And I did not want to go up there. But I'm sure the view would have been nice. That's, you know, the river walking off. There you go, you can see the trail there, just going up to the top to the platform. In the summer, I probably would have gone up there, but I'm not going up there in the middle of winter. This was on the coast at a small town called, I think it was Vik. It's either V-I-K or V-E-K. I think it's Vik, though. It's V-I-K. And this is some of the kind of lava rocks, and it looks awesome. But like the pictures, of course you can, Keiki, of course you can. The pictures really don't do it justice of the scale. It's like it looks small on screen, but these places were massive, absolutely massive. And there's pillar that I thought looked a bit like a dong, so I took a picture. the sad part is we drove around. I never took a picture from the other way because the weather was against us, but there's 3 outcroppings like that. And what they said was these 3 outcroppings were trolls. And what it was is they couldn't get over the mountain to the village. So they tried to walk around on the coast. And what happened was the sun came out as they were walking around and they got turned to stone. And that's why there's like these 3 outcroppings. That's one of 3. And they said that those are trolls. Because trolls are a thing. Yes, this is the black sand. So this is all volcanic rock. Yeah, all of it, volcanic rock. And those waves are like 8 to 10 feet high, which is terrifying to think about. That's why they told us to stand so far back, because if any rogue waves came in, which they either called them sneaky waves or stealth waves, it could grab you, pull you in, and you're gone, because apparently the current here is so strong. And it's just so wild that they only have a population. Yeah, exactly. I think it's something like 350,000-ish, or 360,000, and that's it for the entire of Iceland. And I think it's either 200 or 250,000 live in the capital. And then everybody else is kind of spread out. Yeah, my camera was acting up one day, so I lost a bunch of pictures, but like we saw from the harbour in Reykjavik, and we also like walked on the Rainbow Road, which leads up to that church I showed you at the start, and that's pretty cool. What's the local language? It's Icelandic, but most of them speak English, and some of them speak English really, really good, like fluent, which I was surprised at. And there you go. That's the place, and you can see here in this picture, there's the first outcropping, and that is the second, and then the third's tucked away behind. But it's a really cool place, and in the summer you get puffins, which I would have loved to have seen, because puffins are cool. I like puffins. Why is it called Rainbow Road? It's because Iceland is so welcoming and inclusive to people of, different ethnicities, sexualities, genders, things like that. So they are the most welcoming people. So I don't know the full story, but basically there's a road that looks like a rainbow, and it's called the Rainbow Road, and that's what it represents. They're kind of welcoming to everybody. Hello, Rupert. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I bet you can say that, but I can't. It's a cool place. Oops. There we go. This was the really nice place. So we didn't get to see the Northern Lights, but we got to see this place, which you'll see as it moves a bit closer. It's also where they hold a kart race. Oh, it is? This is a glacier, and this is a glacial lake. It's a wonderfully inclusive country. I don't get one bad look, nothing at all. And we saw plenty of... Yeah, exactly. So everybody's welcome there. It's great. That's the joke, because there's a map called... Oh, right, there's a map called Rainbow Road. I'm miles away. Look at that. It's a glacier. I love it. Try to zoom in. It looks okay. It actually looks better on stream than it does on my screen. But, yeah. So that's only... I think they said... You only see 1/10 of what's actually there, so the rest is under the water. And this lake, I think he said, is about 40 to 50 meters deep, so it's quite deep. They are. The guide that we went on said, I think it was 10 or 15 years ago, kind of like where this one is on the left. That's how far the glacier was out. And now it's, that's a close-up. There we go. And now it's all the way back there. So it's like it's slowly receding. But it does kind of like, it recedes and then grows and recedes and grows. But because global warming and all that jazz, they're getting smaller and smaller. But it's been over the last 20 years, because it was like a couple of kilometers longer than this. But still, that's as far as we could safely go, because to go any further than that, you had to go with a guide and have special hiking gear and things like that. And they'd actually take you up onto the glacier itself, because this was, I forget what they called it. This is like a glacial finger, because this is only a small part of the glacier. It does actually disappear right up into the mountain, but the clouds are against us. It disappears right up into the main part of the glacier, but that's hard to get to. So obviously we didn't go up there. So this is just one of the smaller, easier accessible places that you can go to. That's a nice one. You can kind of see there's groups going out there and there with guides. And I'm assuming they go off up into the mountains. That's terribly zoomed in. There you go, there's another big one. And yeah, apparently in the winter these are prone to like rock slides, so that's another danger you'd have to deal with. I would never walk on one. They have... Well, that's why you'd go with guides, because he says, you know, you could quite easily fall in and you're done for. So, some more close-ups, and that's what it's called. So you can see, this is the glacier. That one, I know it's hard to see. Can I zoom in? I can. Doesn't look that great. Oh, it does actually on stream at least. So that's it in 1997, 2006, and then 2010. So you can see it's getting like less and less and less all the time. So I think probably in the next 5 to 10 years, there'll be even less than there is there now. So it's definitely one of those things that see it while it's there kind of things. And that's it looking back down the valley as well. And this is the last waterfall we went to. We went to 2 waterfalls. This one I thought was a bit more impressive. I actually quite liked this one more. So this one, I don't think you could climb up to the top of. Took this picture because if you look at this, it kind of looks like either a Viking helmet or a saber-toothed tiger. And I thought that was pretty cool. Just because of how it's melted and you can like see the little eye and this kind of like almost like a mustache and teeth. So I thought that was a pretty cool picture. It's another one with people in it. There's the waterfall. And this was the waterfall that you can't really walk around it in the winter, but you can walk around it in the summer, and you can walk behind the waterfall. And apparently, there was a man who was scared that his neighbor was going to steal all his treasure. So he filled up all his valuables, put them in a chest, and hid them behind this waterfall. Now, they've never found the chest, but they found the handle to said chest. But they tell people not to go looking for it. Waterfalls make the air around it super cold. It was freezing, yes. So that's where the video game joke comes from. Most likely, yeah. There is trees, but I can't remember if there's any native ones. There's a tree replanting effort in Iceland where they're trying to replant 5 million trees every year. So, and I think the most prominent tree is birch, and they do that because it's popular with craftsmen, you know, wood carvers, and for making furniture and things over there. that was cool to know. Is that the last pic? The last picture? Nope, there's another one. That's the opposite direction, heading out to sea. And there's the coaches. The coaches were hit and miss on these tours. Some of them were like really cramped, like, I'm dying, I've got no leg room and I'm squished. Other ones were like, I can go to sleep. They were that big or small. Okay, that's the very last one. So, that's all the pictures. I hope you've enjoyed the slideshow. I can put it back here while I set everything else up now. I'll appear eventually. There we go. But yeah, it was a really fun time. I really enjoyed my time there. I definitely want to go back. Thank you. The food is great as well. You'd think fish and chips would be something I wouldn't want to try, but I had fish and chips there, and it was really good because they used Icelandic cod, which was very good. Yes, I had the meat stew, the traditional meat stew. That's actually lovely as well. Thanks for sharing. It was nice to learn some things about Iceland. Yeah, it's funny how much I've remembered because up until me explaining it to you guys, completely forgot. Completely forgot all of this information. I did not eat shark. I don't want to eat the shark. I would rather not. But I got introduced to, I think it's called yuzu mayonnaise, which is like yuzu is a Japanese citrus fruit, I think. Really good mayonnaise. Really good. Yeah, the fermented shark did not want. It's a different way to make fish and chips. There isn't a different. I mean, there's loads of different ways to make fish and chips, but you can make fish and chips from loads of different fish as well. I found a really nice apple cider called Somerby as well. So, or Sombi. I can't remember how you pronounce it, but it's good. It's really good. And yeah, if you go, definitely go and have go on a tour holiday. So you'll arrive, you'll get to check into your hotel, kind of relax that day/evening on your own, and then it's tours up until the day that you go back. That way you're always doing something every single day. You'll go to loads of different places. There's loads of different things you can do as well. Like, one thing I didn't know that I was told was you can go scuba, it's either scuba diving or snorkeling. I think it's snorkeling. You can go snorkeling over the tectonic plates, so you can see straight down at the two continents butting up against each other, which I thought sounded really cool. I don't know if I'd ever do it, though, because it sounds terrifying at the same time. So there's that. What else did they tell us we could do? Oh yeah, it does sound super nice, but spooky. It sounds like the worst thing. But through our tour as well, we moved over the continental plates. So like we were on, I think, I can't remember which of the two continental plates. I'm gonna check. Iceland, continental plates. It should tell me. So, oh yeah, I think, is that it? So there's the Eurasian plate and the North American plate, and we drove over both. So I've been both on the North American plate and the Eurasian plate in the same day in the same country. And apparently this is one of the only places in the world you can do this. I think for maybe these two plates at least. So it's pretty interesting stuff. But you can, if you type in like Iceland continental plates, you'll actually see some pictures of divers diving between the two tectonic plates. And it looks absolutely terrifying, actually, but so cool at the same time. That's an interesting game of play up. It is, isn't it? Right, that said, let me change up the stream title, and we're going to actually go play some Horizon Zero Dawn. If you guys are interested in that, because that's what we're going to go do. You start changing stream titles and doobie-dahs. Gotta go prep dinner now. No problem. Thanks for stopping by, Ruby, and hearing my stories. Have a nice dinner. Actually, where's the thing that... Is it slash... Can I do... Is it shout out and then... Roll 1, 2... Explode? Did I spell it right? There we go. If you haven't, go check out Ruby. She is a miniature painter that's just getting back into streaming again after a break. She does all sorts of cool stuff, so go check her out. Very nice person. I've known her for years, so she is lovely. We need more Alloy, the worst person protagonist. Yes. What do we call the stream title, chat? What do we call the stream title? That's the question now. While I fail to spell Horizon. There we go. Boop. I am booped. Hello, Tass. How are you? I'm just in the process of changing the stream title. Alloy's quest to be the worst friend. What about Zero Dawn, Zero Chill? That sounds about right. So let me switch to that. Right, so that's the title and the category changed. Now the controller needs to tell me that it's going to work. It does. Right, I can pause the music. Everything looks good here. Good. Now I'm going to open up Steam and launch it. Yeah, how are you, Tess? How are you doing today on this Monday? I keep forgetting to ask people how they are. Right. Where's Zero Dawn? There it is. Cool. Just gotta wait for the main menu to pop up. And then I can click game. Eventually the game will pop up. There we go. Continue. Doing alright, trying to make this a productive day. Getting Dungeon Draft open. Ooh. What you up to in Dungeon Draft? I've not touched that in ages, but I've not had a reason to make maps in ages. Dungeon Draft and then Wonder Draft, I've been trying to make a world map in that, and it is a process. It's a secret. Ooh, I like secrets. Alright. All I know is I'm in the cold. World maps are hard. They are. Okay, I know I have a robo moose thing. Okay. Where am I? What am I doing? That's a corrupted zone. I should probably pick up that ancient vessel before I leave, shouldn't I? Ooh. Shiny. Robo moose. Yes. Where is it? That. A rat. A roost. Was I supposed to walk in here? I don't know. But I am. Can I walk through this gap? Yes, I can. Cool. A moose, a moobot. Is that like a robot, but it's a moose? What are they? Corrupted fire bellowback. Oh boy. I still need a bellowback heart as well.
This scrapes.
You literally just slid down a hill. Oh wait, no, I picked up the... I'm blind. Right. We'll go to that vantage next. As the sun sets on our adventure. Craft. Can you make snowballs? I wish you could. That would have been the smart thing. Well, not the smart thing. That would have been the cool thing for them to have done. Oh, right. There's literally shell walkers there. I would rather not take on an army of 3. Right this second in time. Is that a... Oh, they're robo-birds. Well, that's not good. I can make them crash, so that's good at least. Oh wait, if I charge it... Ah! Okay. They're like dive bombing me. Missed. Oh man. We went from calm, relaxing pictures of Iceland to death birds. Ah! No! We killed my robo horse. And they're about to kill me. Yeah. Thank you for the gifted sub, lad. Yeah, that's another one dead. He's just being cheeky. I can be cheeky too. Yeah. Oh. Oof. Okay, we did it. I think your drop pod landed at the wrong course. That'd be funny. Has that ever happened? Have drop pods landed on people before in the 40k setting? It sounds like a hilariously painful thing to happen. Now I'm looking for poor Robo Moose. We knew you well for all of 10 minutes, if that. It's a medicine, that's what I... And all this because I wanted to climb up a path. I'm sure I probably could have found an easier way to do this. Oh, there it is. Right? Well, not painful, you wouldn't live long enough to feel it. Oh, that's fine then. Oh, right, I have to go. No, I couldn't. I would have specifically had to have gone this way. What this? Oh, wow.
A pocket shit storm tour. Day 1. Where better to start than at the end. Or where the end started, anyway. Ground zero. Where it all came crashing down. My career first. Then everything else. And I mean everything.
Yes, Rupert. A pocket shit store. Got supply boxes. That's always good. Crafting. I can increase my rope caster pout. Let's do that. Ooh, I need a raccoon skin. Innocent raccoons need to perish. I'm afraid. And then inventory, right? Treasure box. That's it. We'll grab all of these. There we go. With our 1,000,000 sticks. You sell these? Used for trading with merchant. I'm assuming you trade them for something specific. Got loads of these. I really do need to sort out my carry capacity. I'm sorry, how many? I have 100, 200, 300, 400 chill water. I don't think I need 400 chill water. I'm chilly enough as it is. Okay. How many sticks do I have? I have a grand total of... Sticks are common, right? 5, 6, 706 sticks. Sticks you found in the undiscovered robotic science lab. Yes, those sticks.
So much for being careful.
Well, I can't be careful because literally they're there. Right. So what I need to do... I wonder if... See, there's a path there into the mountain. Can I get over this mountain? You think? Remember, a stick is small in size, so you can carry an infinite amount of them. This is true. Don't mind me, just casually Skyrimming. I wonder if I'll find anything up here. Well, a machine gun is kind of big, so you can only carry one. I mean, there's grass up here, so... Okay, that's slide. Why did everything go, like, super quiet? Dum. What are you? Machine site discovered. Jesus.
Save these.
Oh, up there.
Trail.
Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Okay, just like literally ran over a mountain and skipped a bunch of time. I need medical herb. It's not you. No. Okay, we're back to the merchant place.
Nothing like taking a breath on a long day.
I feel like taking a breath on a long day. Are you sure about that? Okay. Did I just miss these last time? Do a quick save. Light this fire for these people because they're cold. A whole day he wasn't breathing. Slide to the right. Exactly. Okay, let's... Was it resource? I want to sell. There we go. Let's sell some of the non-essentials like the 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 sparkers. I need that. So if I mark 300 to sell, I'll sell... I can't sell sticks. The merchant isn't interested in them. Dang. What a shame. Sell 25 of those. 25 fatty meat. 25 rich meat. I'll only sell 50 blaze. Sir, I have infinite sticks. Would you like some? Ha! No. Exactly! Exactly! If only he did want sticks. I think I'm fine with just 150. Metal vessels, I'll get rid of 75. These are... metal burn. Smartest merchant alive. Yes! How many things do I have? Let's sell those. And I can get watcher lenses anywhere. They're a dime a dozen. Shell walker lens, scrapper lens. Don't kill crap. Scrappers? Crappers? Blah, blah, blah. Scrappers. I don't kill scrappers that often. Sawtooth, bellowback. Ancient necklace. They're watcher hearts. So we can get rid of, like, them. How would I buy a stick? I mean, it's a valuable stick, didn't you know? Those. That looks good. Sell marked item. I'm now rich. Rich, I say. Rich. What does this have? Box must be open to reveal its contents. A box holding a random very rare weapon or outfit modification. I was hoping for rare crafting materials. Oh, I have to get my sample box.
You're ahead with dangerous nonsense.
Imagine, good sir, if I gave you half an infinity of stick, you would collapse through a supermassive black hole and die. Okay, maybe not the best sales pitch. I like that. Rocks. Where's my sample box? There we go. Okay. So I've offloaded a bunch of stuff. We can get rid of that marker now. So we went all the way and got that cauldron done. I can see there's a cauldron there, and I kind of want to go there. So I think we're going to go there. Why is there a tick there? I'm not sure. What level am I? I am level 28, actually. Oh, okay. Then I know something we can do. Eventually. How far is that away? 3,000. Campfire we can fast travel to. We can run there. It's not too far. Gives me a chance to refill my medical pouch.
I'll find a use for you.
Alright, Sayori. Actually, there's the Robo Mooses. Right? Somewhere. Or if they all ran away. Oh no, there's one. That's what I'm after. The music always gets so serious when you sneak.
Almost there now.
Wait, did that work? Yes, it did. Oh, this is a charger. It's different. One's got ram horns.
Nothing too prepared.
Some reason I heard robo nurses and got interested. Oh, it's a prelude to murder and murder is serious. Yes, yes. This way. But no, there is no robo nurses as far as I'm aware, Rupert. What was that sound? Atomic Heart does have them. People aren't happy with that game or something at the moment, right? I've heard mixed things. Medical. Yeah, there's a bunch of controversies surrounding it. Yeah, I'd heard like half the team fled when all that started happening over there and all sorts of stuff. That corruption. That's a sealed vault. That up there. Red Eye Watcher. Oh. You see them, children. Be sneaky. God. I'd like to get high, please. And not that kind. Seriously?
How do you let you call for help?
Apparently this is a sneaky way in. But you see, the problem is, when I leave, I'll come out of that door, I think. Oh, what's happening over there? Oh, they're killing my charger. Well, that's incredibly rude. But I can't see them barely. Did I? Oh, I meant to use that. Robo Moose, no. Yeah, unfortunately they just killed Robo Moose. Oh god. I didn't think that through. I did not think that through. Because these things are incredibly good snipers. Nope, I ain't going down there. I learnt my lesson. When in doubt, set them on fire. And then they all run away scared. But Rupert, I did melee and almost died. Look, they're being chickens now. I wonder if you could just Leroy Jenkins the entire game. What, you mean like just running crazy and kill things? Why are they moving away? Oh well. I'll take my prize. See, now that I've dropped down, they come back, which I find silly.
Just stay out of their way for now.
Oh boy. No, come on. Back this way, because I can override you. Wouldn't that be an interesting mount? Seven types of machine overridden. Machine fight, go! Ooh, feisty. That almost killed me.
Do what I have
Okay. Now, the question is... No, I can't ride it like a mount. There we go. That was, yes. Dangerous. Ooh, I will hydrate. Welcome back, Sayori. Oh, you said fire. I only just noticed. There's proper day back streaming. Well, that's not true. I did stream last week. Then migraines hit me in the face.
Gets hushed beneath the trees.
Ooh, pizza. Could go for pizza too. No! Come back! Get back here! I think Calais needs a pizza. She does need a pizza. It wouldn't be hard to make in a post-apocalyptic setting as long as you have the ingredients. There we go, we've collected all the parts. Now let's go sneak in. Flame broiled meat. Exactly. The ingredients are big ask. I mean, that's true. You actually have to make the cheese and
Easier when I was a kid.
then the meat and stuff. Yeah. Assuming these guys do crops and things, though, you could still make like flour. Alright, let's see what spooky times we're gonna get into down here. Cauldron Core. That's this one, right? Yes. Over from the Super Bowl. Tomatoes and berries, herbs or spices for the sauce, cheese, bread in them. Ah, that's true. I didn't think about making the tomato sauce. Ooh, shiny. And I can climb back up this. Wait. Really? I filled up my medicine pouch? Okay. Still. get to that one yet. Nothing up here, is there? Yep. No bad guys just yet. Do that. So I can... that. I have my medicine pouch full. Just yet. I remember in World War Z, the book, not the movie, a guy in it goes over all the components needed just to make a bottle of root beer and all the places that they came from. It was in... Oh, okay. I wouldn't have thought root beer would be a terribly complicated thing to make, but I suppose in a way it is. Hey. I can climb back up here. Move. Oh. Oh. I don't know if I want to fight a Thunderjaw. If I'm honest. Where did the little guys go?
Things quiet.
Well, I'm here, so I guess I am. Hello, Beastie. Ow. Okay, I'll get it later. Yeah, I'll have a stretch because I'm gonna need it if this is about to go down. Oh man. Let's just give this a once over. So we've got its tail, which is weak to I believe hairburst arrows. It's got power cells, which are also weak to tearburst arrows, and electrical, which would be my shock wires. We've got the disc launchers, which are an absolute terror. Freeze canisters. That's its heart. So its heart's going to be the big weakness. But I know that'll close up in this panels, basically. On the top, we've got its radar. And at the front, we've got cannons. Just a bit there. And a data nexus. Data nexus. That's if it can hit it from above. Now, there's of course an invisible wall to stop me being able to cheese this fight. But I'm still gonna have a look around to make sure.
Just do it!
Yeah.
Make your dreams come true!
Oh, okay. Okay. Can't really hide there. Use the power of cheese. If I knew cheese, I would. But I don't know cheese. So we're gonna do this the old fashioned way. So what I'm gonna do... is just start setting up some traps. Use the power of literal cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Exactly. I should. I just need to prep myself really for this. Wait, are they disappearing as... oh no, they're not. Good. I thought it moved then. I want some blast wires. I bet something's gonna come through these... one of these doors. I bet you anything. Like reinforcements, because it always does. And the game laughs at you. It's like, ha, you thought you were just gonna verse a dinosaur. Oh no, no. On the contrary, you're gonna verse a dinosaur and its buddies.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Ah, I'll hydrate. Thank you. Maybe this is overkill, maybe it's not. Alloy, literal murderer protagonist. Yes! Watch this, I'm doing all this prep, all this setup, and it's just gonna go lol and just wipe me out. Best use of bits ever. Yeah, I saw that one and I'm like, I need to include that. Right, I want air blast arrows. Alrighty, this is where we go. The hero request didn't work. Oh no, you say you have to tell me what the hero request is. Gonna suck.
Uh-oh, someone's grumpy.
Literally almost one shot. God. I didn't remember the ion cannons. I don't know what I did. Quick, quick. Okay, don't quick then. my giddy aunt. I need that bow. It's much faster on the draw. Oh. It has no chill. Fire maybe? Fire does nada. Missed. Oh! Don't fire that at me. Okay. Missed. This thing is persistent. I don't think I knocked its tail off. Missed. Where are you going? What are you doing? Oh. Not sure how we survived that. Ah! Oh. This is truly the Dark Souls of Zero Dawn. These fights are something else.
Got him!
I did got him. Oh. It was full of goodies. I'll say that much. I could have used the disc launchers, but it's like, look how fast I run. So I wouldn't get much chance. Alright, let's put some bits. Don't want to override that yet. Monster Hunter alloy. I can see now why this had a crossover with Monster Hunter. Because, yeah. picks up a giant metal piece. It gives me 5 shards. Wait. I could have hid there. That might have worked. As I keep saying, Monster Hunter X Ubisoft open world. Oh, is this Ubisoft? Or is Monster Hunter Ubisoft? Let me pick it up. Monster Hunter is Capcom. Oh, okay. No, Horizon is like a fusion of Monster Hunter. Oh, I see what you mean.
There we go. Information to help me override more machines.
What machines can I override now? Data overrides.
So, Hephaestus is the source of the cauldron data intrusions? It's been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. Deadlier and deadlier year by year. Why? And what or who is Hephaestus? Another mystery to add to the list.
Ooh. So I can override Thunderjaws now. I agree that this is, Ubisoft game. We have the protagonist McMahon who climbs radio towers and kills animals. Yeah. Pet T-Rex. That will be something we have to try. Why does it want me to come all the way back up here? Go to the Grave Horde. Ooh, did you see that? In the mountains. Okay. There was... Did I clear the one that was over... Oh, where is it? There was like a vault or something. I may have done it. It was a quest. Errands, bandit camps, cauldrons. I've done the cauldron. Got some corrupted zones to do. I've got all of these tutorials to do, which gives me XP, so I really should do those at some point. That's the tall necks. We cleared the bandit camps. Errands. There's loads. A quest. A Monument of Peace. Okay, so I need those 3 done. Go to Pitch Cliff and meet with Marid's operative. Okay, let's go do that. That's closer. Oh wait, we have the when in doubt, call a robot horse. Oh sweet, it's the last thing that I used. Hey, RoboGoat maybe didn't die after all. Ooh, slow down. Go get those herbs.
Not done soon enough.
I need those. A rote. Yeah, a rote. Or a GoBot. I like GoBot better, to be honest. Did I just find something? Oh yeah, I found a charger site and a campfire. So let's head that way. Also, something I want to ask, because I'm curious. Can you literally go from, like, tundra and snowy mountains to desert? Like, I won't say it's a harsh transition, but, you know, close enough. Meep, meep. Oh yeah, definitely in Minecraft you can. Oh yeah, I leveled up. I leveled up, I leveled up. I have 3 skill points. Strike from below. Strong strike, which gives me plus 15% damage on my spear stab. Dodge. That lets me do more dodges. That's more concentration. Oh, but that requires heavy lift. I don't have it. Knockdown. Heavy spear attack will knock down machines fast. That's always a good one to have, but I need precision first. Ammo crafter, and then scavenger. We could also get machine repair. Wait, didn't I get... No, I didn't. It was... Hold on. How did... Oh, it's there. Coal mount. That's what I was looking for. Like, there's a literal desert in Ukraine that's surrounded by swamp. So I guess it's possible. Frozen deserts. Geography does odd things sometimes. Melee. Yes, melee. I should probably... strike from below. That will help me stab people. Oh, it's those creepy crab things. Run away. I'm on a quest. All my 2 oceans meet that. Oh, this place looks different. Interesting. One place where 2 oceans meet that has a hard line of colours. Looks like a glitch in reality. Ooh. Who needs arrows? Play this like Dark Souls. I mean, I'm not sure if you were here for the Thunderjaw fight, but it literally was Dark Souls.
This must be Ridgecliff. Murad's agent should be at the marketplace by now.
Melee only. But isn't there like some times where it forces you to do ranged attacks? My mount can't enter. Wait here. Recreate that comic.
Nothing makes an Oseram feel more secure in his abilities than seeing the Nora try to tinker.
No sign of Murad's guy? He's had plenty of time to investigate.
We'd better look for him.
Damn right.
Birds aren't real, just machines made by the government. Government birds. Right, so what am I looking for here? There's my horse.
Well, someone left here recently, and they were in a hurry.
Follow the magic tracks. He got a hammer. He does. He's the Warhammer age of 40,000. I was gonna say throw corn at enemies, but don't waste good food. Throw onions instead. What's wrong with onions, though? Onions are nice too. Oh no, he's been deaded.
Has to be Murad's guy. Dervahl's thugs must have made him.
Maybe because he found something. Look at this. I think he drew a map with his own blood.
Right. Those kind of maps you know you better follow.
That might be Pitchcliff. He marked a spot to the north. Could be Dervahl's location.
My men are waiting outside of town. I'll grab them and meet you there.
That's pretty hardcore. Must warn people that will find my body. Draw map out of blood. Blair. That's dedication.
The sun's setting up. You should see it from the plane. Colors of lush flesh.
I mean, he was probably illiterate Zanji. I don't know that. It's a trap, like any other, like the other guy said or suggested. Yeah. It could be a trap, but what if it's not? I could walk out of Pitchcliff like a normal person, or I could jump up a mountain. Because I'm Captain Kirk and I'm climbing a mountain. That. Like a bird. Is he on the mountain? It's one of the most weirdest songs that's come out of that entire thing. Ally has the cheat guide on life. Ally can also see 2 Ravagers. Wait. Oh, there was a little mountain path here anyway. Ah, I knew that. I was testing you guys and you passed. Ah. Aha. Ah. Yes. I'm doing. Follow the path. Next to doubt. Yeah, well, I mean, who knows? I'll just hydrate. I didn't study for the test. There's a test? One of the weirdest things in this game is why does no one try to make the cheat from her? Oh, you mean the override stick? Or do you mean the thing on her, the focus? Yeah, the gadget. I'm not sure, honestly, because, like, focuses seem like they're a bit more of a common thing for people to find and use as jewelry and stuff. Or working ones, because some people don't shy away from the tech, but her actual wacky stick that can override monsters, now that's unique. That I agree with, that I would expect people to maybe pay more attention to that. Oh, a storm bird. It's big and it's electric. What? I assumed most don't realize she has it. Yeah, or a woman that can tame machines, rip that out of a Scorpio bot with her focus pointing it out. Yeah, basically. The Stormbird, enjoy. No! I don't want no Stormbird. He's big. has multiple weak points. So it's a bigger Thunderhawk. Probably. I know I'm gonna have to kill it eventually. It's just a bird. Oh, if it's just a bird, then I've got nothing to worry about, right? Where is this taking me? Oh, cutscene. That's where it's taking me. Become the Thunderbirds. Ooh, maybe I could.
Machines. Looks like they've been chained up.
Where'd the third guy come from?
Durval's a tinker. He probably experiments on them or strips them for parts.
Maybe I can use them to make some trouble. I'll go in first. Hold off until the fighting starts.
All right, we've got your back.
What, you and the other two guys? What is 4 of us gonna do against an entire camp? Oh well, we'll do it. It's easy enough. Let's see what we got here. So we got a long leg, a Ravenger, and another long leg. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be able to sneak up. Dan, did you miss the part where LA killed several hundred people solo and 2 T-Rexes? Maybe. Maybe I missed that. I wonder. Can I just... I can.
I hope so.
Come on. Why are they running in? You're killing my bird. Whatever. You guys do you. Oh great, now the saber-toothed tiger's awake. We need a Kato Sicarius game. Do you think they'd make one? Aha! Master of glitching. Oh god. Kill them, chicken. Oh wow, it really does. Is that our dudes? Mercenary gunner. I have no idea what's going on out there, but it's funny. Are you okay in that corner there, buddy? I've just noticed the mercenary group has like absolutely wrecked-faced the robo chickens. There we go. Mischief.
Intruders! Unleash the machines! Shoot their chains!
I need normal hardpoint arrows. Yes, I will wipe you out. All right, you're literally hiding.
Got you now.
You can't get me. Ha ha.
Ready to die? You're going down. Regroup, Lars. Regroup.
Wonder if a grenade. I don't even know why I'm ducking anymore. What's happening over there? Okay.
Back to your business.
Monkey Island point and click adventure game, but for the Emperor. That would be interesting. Let's reload on arrows. Some elite mercenaries these guys were.
Alright.
Just another day in the Vanguard. Ah!
Just another day in the Vanguard?
Ursa must be around here somewhere. Let's find her.
Okay, that's
I tried
that.
to tell you. Can't say I didn't.
Options in dialogue include religion is bad, I'm not God. Science is best, let's lead mankind to glory. GW doesn't take their setting nearly enough for that. Yeah, unfortunately. If GW knew how to have a laugh, but... Well, they do make jokes, but it's more like their internal jokes, I feel like. I still need to get that game. Actually get up here. Wait, I can? Right? Need the rope. Oh, there we go. Aha. Here, more chickens. Yeah, I agree. I say play on hard to get most for your buck. Zan trying his hardest to Skyrim sequence free. Look, I'm so used to it, okay? This is gonna end up being a cutscene. So I'm gonna get rid of the chicken now. Well, chicken's gonna get rid of him, I should say. There we go. Epic stack.
Red light.
Red light. Green light. Spooky. We'll hydrate as well, thank you.
Derval says you gotta eat dirt.
Oh, okay. Who is this guy? What's his deal? He's got like a super cannon thing. Oh god. That's escaped. Of course it's escaped. Rude. I jumped into that. That's my fault. Jeebus. Have you not seen the facepalm emote? Yeah. There's a bunch. I couldn't get all of my emotes on, so like there's 5 emotes just for following me, and then I've got the other 9 normal ones.
Hit him till they can't hit back.
Ooh. And then there's the animated ones. He's just beating him into a corner.
Ursa must be in there. We have to get through.
They must use these to protect themselves from that awful sound.
Yeah, yes, but I want to loot. Not that. No. Loot him. Then take
I'll take this.
Hee. Wait, was that guy the... Oh, he wasn't even a boss. Yeah, he was just some random guy. It's just the giant Robocat.
Ursa!
What about my cannon? Is she deaf?
Aaron?
Oh no, she's alive.
Derval tried to break me. Shows what he knows.
I should have been with you. Why didn't you come for me?
It's his sister.
I know I'm a useless trunk, but...
No, idiot. I got a message from Derval saying he wanted to parlay. I didn't come for you because I knew it was a trap. I couldn't let you get hurt.
And she's like
Just
the
didn't
captain
think
of
it'd
the
be that
guard
good a trap.
for the new Sun King.
Thought I could
think.
take him out. Now listen. Derval's planning something big in Meridian. He said he'd force Avad to watch as the smoke darkens their precious sun. Your king needs you. No more playing around. You're gonna have to grow up fast.
I will. I promise.
You damn well better, little brother.
And then she's gonna die.
Ursa. No, no. Please. I won't let you down. I promise.
Erend,
Just the sound of the hand going
I'm so sorry.
flop.
We've got to find Derval. But Meridian's a big place.
I'll look through his things. Maybe we can narrow it down.
You just didn't want to put up with it anymore. Box.
Just notes about crafting. And a letter tucked between the pages. Lots of blaze. Headed to Meridian. If we find it, I'll bet we find Derval too.
Okay. Well, where's my modification satchel? Let's just break down some of the green ones. There we go. Like, man, I used my time for this. I could have been hunting for a sword or some random guy or something. The cliche, hack and writing demands a dramatic death.
This machine's been picked apart with precision.
Okay. Well, we know what the sonic device was.
Such a strange device. It's beautifully crafted.
In copper iron, simple audio playback using metal pins on a revolving cylinder.
What happens when I turn it on?
I think I've got it working. There. Now, say something. Both of you, doves.
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Whatever you want. I just want to hear your voice. And keep it for later.
I'll sing, Papa. La 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 la.
There. A song and a laugh. Even better than words. And now I can hear them whenever I want.
We're done then? Off to bed with you. Good night, Mama. Good night, Papa. Is she gone? What are we going to do? The raids are getting closer and closer to Main Spring. How much longer can we hide like this?
A keepsake from his family. Derval's got nothing left to lose.
Okay. I examine this. No. Yeah, there was like a split second, then it's like, is she gone?
What's Derval learned from all his tinkering? Do I even want to know?
Well, I want to know, if you don't.
I think I found something that can help. Let's head back to the palace.
Go. I won't be long, but I need to tend to my sister.
Guess I don't need the Ravager cannon anymore. You still got the things on her ears? No, she took them off. Level 30. Very cool. What's up here? Oh, I literally could have hid up here. On the RoboCat. thought she was going to ask what they're going to do about the kids' terrible singing. So, there's the Stormbird and the Metal Flower. That's another storm. Okay, so there's more than one Stormbird. That's Pitchcliff. Did we go to Pitchcliff? I remember ever stopping. Oh no, we did. That's where we met him. Right, so got a quest that goes all the way back to Meridian. Then this is their main quest, but right. So that one. That's the one I was looking for. This one is where Alloy came. So, I'm going to fast travel, because I actually want to do this quest in particular. He's got to celebrate. He has got to celebrate. Where would she take them off? They sound really useful. They do! I mean, the chicken things could attack us, and then we'd be immune to it, basically. Unless they're, like, really cumbersome, in which case I can understand. Like, they just deafen your sound normally that you can hear. I like chicken. I like chicken too. Okay, let's quick save.
Whatever happens to me, you'll be safe.
And let's actually do a manual. There we go.
Never know when I might need these.
Exactly. Now we're back in Noraland, which is a complete stark difference. Is it going to take me? It's literally the bunker down here. Rabbit! Rabbit! Hey, it actually had something I needed. Arise, Darth Chicken. Okay, now I should be able to get into the bunker, because I have a power cell. After all these years. Let's go underwater. Hold B. Okay. Off nugget. I like that. Say power armor. I think I said power armor. I just have to figure out how to...
These devices are missing power cells. I'll have to find power cells to get these to work. There. Fits. I just need to slot in one more.
Oh, do I have more than one? Oh, I do.
That's two. It's some kind of code. Maybe there's a clue nearby. I think the old ones use numbers like this to indicate time.
1200, 1500, 1800, 21, and then 0. Darth, I'm loving it. 3-hour intervals.
Maybe there's some more information nearby. Something that will tell me how this works. Looks like each dial has 4 positions.
Maybe that's...
Maybe if I get each dial in the right position.
Is there any other info? No. Maybe it is. Two. There's 5, but there's only 4 digits. The 12 is north, 3 is east, 6 is 9. 6 is south, 9 is west. I think it's like 1, 1, 1. Two. So I think AM PM. AM PM. It's a 24-hour clock, isn't it? Was there anything on the other side? No. I just did process of elimination. Process of elimination on this? Okay. Hold on. My brain is trying to figure this one out. So 12. So it'd be like 1. Then like that. No. Okay. I will get this. Unless they all have to be. I think they all started off at the top, right? This is confusing. Secure encryption port with holographic display. Data shows required settings for holo locks. Up, right, down, left, up. I mean, we'll try it.
Did it. Now to check the door.
Oh, okay. I don't know how you saw the solution to that, because I didn't. Thank you. Think of a clock face where the hour... I'm terrible at those kind of puzzles.
Those clamps have the armor locked in place. Maybe there's a way to power up the mechanism, release the clamps.
I do love finding wood in super futuristic bases. Ultra weave progress. Bonk. Minimal. Okay. Don't want to do I don't want to read. I don't mind listening to things. Okay. I can get through here.
Just need to install these power cells. That should do it.
So there's more power cells. Right, well, yeah, 12 is up. 15, 3 p.m. is right. 18 is 6 p.m. down. 21 is 9 p.m. left. And midnight is up again. Oh, okay. What's this one? Weave trials. Weave is not tightening properly on local impact tests. We need to optimize existing sensors or add more. Okay. Why is there a cyborg robot on a throne in front of us? It's experimental personal armor, nanofiber construction with inlaid micro projector network. It looks cool, but now I need 3 power cores. Question is, how do I get back out of here? I never did find a way last time. I've literally fast traveled out of here. There was a puzzle. Alright, Sayori. Oh, you mean this one? It won't. If you mean this one, King, it won't let me do it until I get 3 power cells. I'm assuming I need them.
These numbers. They must be related to segments of a circle.
The King. Yeah, restore power to the mechanism. Gather 3 power cells. I can't remember where I got the other power cells from. Let's go quests now then. Seeing as we've done that one. Where was this? That's all the way up there. Right, I don't want to go north just yet. Ally delves into the reins of US Robot Command to learn more about Project Zero. But we'll do the Sun Shall Fall first. At least it isn't a skeleton on a throne. Yeah. Although there's nothing wrong with skeletons on floors, that's still pretty cool. I can actually fast travel. Hooray. This is taking a while. Make sure you visit merchants in every settlement. They sell an exotic array of something. Okay. Turkey. You live this time. Right. I think I did have just... We can sell all the green ones now, because we're getting a pretty decent smidgen of blues and purples. I return after getting some fish and chips. Ooh, lovely. It's okay, Saru. It survived. My attempts to kill it failed. What did I have? Wow, okay. Never forget turkey. Num num. Weapons. Sources. Oh wait, can I buy any rare resources, mate? A golden fast travel pack. This item provides unlimited fast travel to discover campfire settlements throughout the world. Okay. Owned one. Does that mean I've unlocked unlimited fast travel then? Well, sorry. Does it mean I've unlocked fast travel, but it's now free, I should say? Yeah. Okay. Shadowhunter bow is the Karja bow, so I can sell that. Dark Souls bonfire teleports unlocked. Oh, sweet. Only if there is fire. So it has to be on fire, right? He's jealous. Oh yeah, the fish and chips. The sharpshooter bow, so I can sell that one. And then... That's the rope caster. Can I buy a better rope caster? Let's check. That's a trip caster. That's a rope caster. Finish used to tie down machines and immobilize larger targets. I've never used it. I just want to share the name. This clip's hyperlink. Theory Big Wolf Spicy Boy. Oh, okay. Okay, Twitch. You have an interesting naming convention. That. Close range bolt gun. Okay. Shadow Blast Sling. That's more to do with explosives. I've already got the trip caster. A shadow sling. Slow firing sling lobs elemental bombs with large area of effect, best used to inflict elemental stats on targets, making them vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Okay. I've never actually just sat down and looked. A corruption arrow pack. But for the shadow warbow. Shadow warbow? Which is that one. This low damage weapon fires elemental payloads, best used to put targets into vulnerable states. Okay. And I need what? A trampler heart. Right. There's a lot of stuff I need to figure out. Clearly. Excuse me. Yeah, I do apologize for the cough. I'm getting a sore throat. I think it's honestly just from going from cold to hot, cold to hot, cold to hot all the time. and it's just catching up with me. But I am fine other than that.
Arrested you for disorderly conduct last
Yes, welcome me. That said, Iceland wasn't that cold. I think the coldest it got there for us was -7 one evening. But other than that, it's been mostly above. It was like mostly 1 to 3 degrees, which is still pretty chilly. But it was barely sub-zero most of the time. Yeah, if I was there, Sayori, I'd die because I seem to get ill every time there's a temperature shift from hot to cold, but all the time. Let me talk to you,
I've sent a
King.
messenger to the claim to let everyone know.
If there's anything you or your clan need for her arrangements, you need but ask.
There'll be time for all of that later.
Aloy,
Hello. Can I speak?
I'm glad you're back. I'm at a loss about Ursa. To learn she lives, then lose that hope seems cruel.
She wouldn't want us to waste time talking. She'd want us to find Dervahl. She said he raved about smoke darkening the sun. Tell him what you found in his papers.
A letter. It mentioned a shipment of blaze being sent to a warehouse here. Only, it wasn't addressed to Dervahl. The name was Iceland Forgeman. Does that mean anything to you?
Sounds familiar. Yes, a landlord. The Oseram have been buying up buildings across the city, including one under that name. Let me think. It's by the edge of the mesa, near the temple. It used to be a shop, but it could serve as a warehouse. If Dervahl used the name as an alias to buy it, he might even be there now.
I'll round up my men.
I'll meet you there.
Erend, wait. Remember that no one hates Dervahl more than your own tribe. The clans would give up much to obtain him.
Take him alive? So you can haggle over him? You can't be serious.
Our security depends on keeping the peace. If the opportunity presents itself, take him alive. Consider that a command. Aloy, a moment. Please. When we spoke, Erend didn't wish to dwell on the details of Ursa's death. Understandable, of course. But now that they've been left to my imagination, those details are all I can think about. You were there. Did she suffer?
This sounds like they were more than just captain and king.
She's not the one who's suffering now. You are. She died before you could say goodbye.
Is it that obvious? You're right. I'm dwelling on my pain, not just hers. And there's only one thing left that can help. Find Dervahl and bring him before me. He will answer for his crimes.
So they were lovers then. Though not said, it's heavily implied. The outfit is impractical for this climate. Just a smidge. I like how that part of it's defying gravity. Oh no, it hit itself. Oh, that reminds me. While we're talking about weapon, do I have equivalent 59 handling coil? We'll put that in. Fire coil. 45 fire coil. And that does tear plus handle. That does tear plus handling. Okay. Making our stuff better. Ooh, that does shock and freeze. that does handling and damage. Cool, cool. That looks good. Like it. Then outfits. Put on resist melee attack. Resist ranged attacks. Corruption. That's a melee. Plus 7% stealth. Yeah, I'll make myself more stealthy. Belly shirt's not good for the cold unless you're a Nogur or a dwarf brewmaster. I want to meet the the fashion designer behind Horizon. Oh, fashion designer. I read Dashin. Dashin designer sounds more cool though. It sounds like it's something unique. Did you love her? Well, no. She spoke no and then died out of the blue.
Sure as the sun's rising.
I'm gonna make that a thing in my fantasy, my sci-fi setting. A Dashin designer. It'll be somebody that designs dashing outfits and fabulous attire.
Could you spare a moment to speak of the finer things?
Sure?
What did you want to talk about?
You were an outlander, no? An adventurer. I used to be one myself. I admit, I miss the beguiling colors of the wilds. Speaking of which, I wonder if you've come across a very special kind of flower. It's made of metal, like a machine.
I have, actually.
Other blossoms grow around them in amazing patterns. These gleaming beauties are very much in demand among my clients. If you bring me some, I have valuables to trade for them.
Sure, but let's know more about you.
You said you were an adventurer.
Just so. The nobles of Meridian crave flowers for their balconies and gardens. So out I went, with bow and spear. I made my name by searching the wilds for the wildest blossoms.
Okay.
No bandit nor machine could keep me from those precious petals.
So what happened?
Took an arrow to the knee.
Sweet. My paramour frets too much when I venture out. So now I collect flowers for those without such bonds.
Is it worth it? Being restrained like that?
Of course. Freedom is sweet. But the embrace of my beautiful Theradine is sweeter still.
These metal flowers. What are they exactly?
No one knows. But some say they began sprouting 20 years ago when the machines started to go mad.
Okay.
Perhaps they grow from the tears of the sun. For he has many faces, does he not? Wrathful one day, cool and patient the next. Perhaps he weeps for our suffering when his anger breaks.
Maybe.
Ah, let us haggle over this beautiful bounty.
See what you've got. So, box 1, box 2, and box 3. That's for... Okay, so it looks like it's 10 flowers each, but it's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. This scented box must be opened to reveal its contents, a reward from Metal Flower Collector. You're probably more likely to take an arrow to the knee in this universe than any other. Exactly. Well, I can't get any of those. This will give me... I've already got those, actually, so I don't need to buy those. Okay, well...
Till we meet again, my noble Nora. Everyone needs a splash of color in their lives. Come, let's talk it over.
Okay. So that's where I go to trade in... Specialty merchant, flower collectibles, machine... Oh wait, this guy does machine resources. Do you by chance have a Bellowback heart? Was it a blue one that I needed, or was it a purple? What's this? He's not offering a free sample box, cheapskate. I like my free samples. I'm gonna buy one. And then you do mystery boxes. You do vessel collectible. Hunting goods, electrical, artifacts, hunting goods. Maybe it is just the normal hunting goods merchant that I get outfits from. Not sure. Check. From with you. That's boxes.
Buy what you need, leave the rest.
This merchant.
All right.
So. Oh.
What did you want to discuss?
You're an outlander, which is good. But a Nora, which might be bad. Do you fear the ruins of the old ones like many in your tribe?
No, although some can be dangerous.
Then you may have come across what I seek. In your travels, have you found strange vessels, emblazoned with symbols of the old ones? They consist of a hollow cylinder with a crescent handle affixed at both ends. If you bring me these vessels in sets of 4, I will gladly trade what I have for them.
So you're interested in the old ones?
More than interested. I study every ancient artifact I can get my hands on. But years of study have made me too comfortable at my desk. I can't even bear the sun, if the truth be known. I don't know how I'll manage to take a partner. My family presses me for an heir.
Don't look at me.
Oh, no, I'm not looking. In fact, my father already has someone he wants me to wed. She doesn't interest me. I wish I had a brother to carry this burden. I would rather be left to my precious little vessels.
This guy's a bit crazy.
What sort of ritual were these vessels made for?
I'm convinced they were used in conjunction with each other in sets. Some people believe they were used for tea ceremonies. Others think they held sacred essences and oils for worship. But I believe they were used for the solemn custom of shaving one's beard. One for water, one for lotion, and so on.
Wait,
each
what?
Fluid in its special vessel, majestically applied to the face at each stage of the rite. It must have been breathtaking. But which vessel was used for which? I have to know. I have to continue my research.
Are you sure people didn't just drink out of them?
Drink? Out of such finely crafted earthenware? Don't be ridiculous.
Wrong all these years.
Yes, trade quickly. I have work to do.
So... Okay, so it's just the cups that we keep finding. But they're not filled with stuff. I use mine for paint. I have a paint pot for that. I can get the third box, actually. This box must be opened to reveal its contents. A reward from the Scholar of Ancient Vessels. We'll see what that is.
I will leave you to the hunt. Be sure to delve into the ruins. Perhaps your travels have taken you through ancient ruins? Let us...
Right. So what did I just get off him? And more importantly, was it worth it? Let's go through these boxes first.
Serotonin Eat Down just resubscribed for 5 months.
Hey! Hello! Thank you for the sub! 5 months, that's awesome. I like how it called you serotonin. My bot is silly. Welcome to the stream, how are you doing? Alright, what did I get? 500 metal shards. And a bunch of modification boxes. Really? That's it? I mean, I guess I can't complain. It was free after all. Just time. 3 of those months are from Sorrow. Yes, the crazy gift sub is out there. We've got Sorrow and Blood both at 116 gifted subs each. Because they're mad lads. Right. It was. I did need. I can finally get it. Has it? Woohoo! Right.
These aren't goods, they're necessities.
Can't tell the difference too much. But let. No. Want to grab? Yeah. I wish she'd changed that silly hat she's always had. What, the hat we just got, right? Yeah, there we go. She only has a hat. Oh yeah, and a shout out to Saurus. She's a friend of mine who streams Apex and art and Pokemon. I'm not sure what else. But yeah, go check her out. Give her a follow. Ranged attacks, and I want that. I want the snack one. That snack one. Yes, Pokemons. And she also has a fire emote, which is fun. That looks like grapes on her head. Okay, well I've got the hat now. That makes me more sneaky.
Is that really all you have? Don't do it all.
Able-bodied adventurers, preferably with no friends or family, but I'm not choosy.
Oh, it's this guy again.
Outlander. Wait, did we just talk?
You can't remember?
You all have similar features. Striking features. Very striking.
I had another question.
I mean, I really didn't.
All right, I'm done.
I have a feeling my shards are well spent on you.
Does that mean you'll pay me now?
Oh, you weren't joking. You people are so hard to read.
That hat hugs her hair bun. It does. Wait, where is this marker taking me? Oh, here.
This is the place. You home, Derval? I got a surprise for you.
Damn, he's strong.
Or he has a surprise for us.
Is it a bomb? Doesn't look too big.
Big enough to kill us.
All right. I'll shut up.
Oh, hold on. I mean, there's not that much. Paper doors.
That's a lot of blaze.
If that bomb downstairs goes off, it'll be just what Derval promised. Smoke will darken the sun as the city goes up in flames. There's gotta be a way to stop it.
Oh, right. I need to use my alloy powers.
It's a bomb, all right. Well crafted.
Can I examine it now?
If I try to take it apart, a booby trap will set it off.
How do you know that?
Something's dripping from the ceiling.
Kick it out the door. That's gross looking. It's that, do you know the bellowbacks that shoot the fire? It's that stuff that they have in them.
If that bomb goes off, the blaze will ignite in a firestorm. Maybe there's some way I can open this window to get rid of the fuel for the bomb.
Window? Window? It's a door.
If we can get rid of it somehow, the blast will be much smaller. It looks like a wooden bracket. Not very strong.
Oh, it's suddenly become dark. Ringu. Through the magic of Google. As Megatron would say, if you expect booby traps, best to send a boob in first.
Help me push this out.
Okay. Brute force, I'm good at that. What'll it do?
Save the city, I hope. But when the blaze falls, run for it. Because the booby trap on the bomb downstairs is gonna get set off.
Will we survive?
Probably not. Now push.
Whee!
We did it! Dervahl's best shot, and Meridian's still standing.
This isn't over. Dervahl said he'd make a VOD watch.
No way. To do that, he'd have to get into the palace, and that's too heavily guarded.
Get back there, just to be sure. I'm gonna look around. Maybe Dervahl's men left something behind when they planted that bomb.
I got it. Don't worry. If he tries for the palace, he's finished.
Yes. It's a warehouse.
What was in that warehouse?
A bomb. Wait, those were buildings down below. There were people there, you maniac. Yeah, pretty much.
Boot tracks, with just a bit of blaze in them.
What I don't understand, right, is it was just going to be the top part that exploded, but she dropped the kegs down, far down, they exploded, then it exploded up here, so technically wouldn't, like, this whole part of the structure just collapse?
Can I interest you in a reasonable Get to the fire and set up a bucket line!
Ah, a bucket line. The foundations, yeah. No, the small bombs were a booby trap.
What happened? I haven't heard a blast like that since the liberation.
I have a matter of grace and beauty I would like to discuss with you.
Alloy magic.
There's smoke rising from the edge of the mesa. Are we under attack?
The tracks lead inside. Another one of Dervahl's hideouts.
Maybe. I agreed. Okay. You decide to work. It's... Yeah.
This must be where Dervahl assembled the detonator. He tunneled through the wall.
Okay.
Dervahl did find a way into the palace.
Oh. Sneaky. Technically, she tossed the bomb to where the structure would do more. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Grab buckets of fire and pour fire on it to make more fire. I will hydrate, though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my throat is getting pretty raw. I like the music. Right. No, this way. Do I have to go down to go back up? She decided it would work like this. Yeah, I am a struggle by Blade Guard Vets or Arcs of Omen Angron. The Blade Guard Veterans again. Has she met that man before? How does she... I'm not sure if she's met him before. Oh, they're Blade Guard veterans. Sorry, miles away. I wonder, can I just shoot him without him seeing me? I can. Why does that work? Just no context, just kill them. I will posture check. Hello, Hazard. Hope you're doing well. Well, they weren't that strong if I just shot them. Arrows are wind. So hard to tell. Exactly. I thought I heard something. Must have been the wind. Literally an arrow sticking out of his head. Must have been the wind. Yeah. I wonder if these are like, are they called cisterns? Where, Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate! I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate. What's funny is, I literally thought that was somebody at the top of the stairs shouting for a second. I'm like, I'm hydrating. So there's like several different storylines. There's this one about helping the king of the Sun King, and then there's obviously about finding Project Zero Dawn. So it's like there's your typical fantasy story right now, and then there's her sci-fantasy story.
Look at you, Avad. The wriggling runt of a maniac king. You robbed me of my right to kill your father, so I'll have to settle for you. I'm going to enjoy watching the Karja burn, even more because you'll be watching with me. Say goodbye to Meridian, Avad. Breathe in the stench. Choke on the ashes. Something's wrong. It didn't? I didn't hear anything.
There's a bit of smoke rising from the mesa's edge.
No! It should be a firestorm, not some belch from a charcoal burner.
So we'll run off and leave the king. That smug smile. Why? Suddenly, she's got the hearing aid things back on. Don't worry, guys. I got you. Let me just loot this crate first. Thank you. Bang. You may stand now, citizens. No? Okay. Bye.
What's this? Oh. You must be the Nora who bushwhacked my camp.
And disabled your bomb.
Did you now? Well, bomb or no bomb, I'm gonna splatter that throne with blood. First yours, then Avad's.
What that?
Someone here.
Right, let's see what you just said. Heyo, so I've watched a full playthrough of this and its sequels, like the story and characters generally, but can understand the problem. But overall, the story was pretty decent. I think I'm more interested in the gameplay over the story though. Yeah, definitely. The gameplay is very good, and I do like the setting itself as well.
Led an army. Killed kestrels and ravagers.
Oh,
A savage
okay.
is nothing. Why does Avad always do the fighting?
Are you gonna let me do anything, game?
Can we finish this? You're starting to irritate me.
Wow.
That was special. Okay. Fire arrows seem to be the way to go if you get a chance.
Emotional, damn it!
I can skip. There we go.
Why does Avad
Why is it so funny?
do the fighting? You'll have to do better than that, Red. I've got a sun god to kill. So close! This isn't over yet, wench.
Rude.
I've led an army. And ravages. A savage is nothing.
Bonk. Epic battle.
It's not over yet, Nora. Any good Oseram tinker will tell you. Always have a third plan.
Herbs. Wait, what? Why? I don't want to fight the burbs.
I hope you like fighting these things, because there's more in the way.
No, I don't like fighting them. But I'll take these supply crates and run. Ah! Fire. Okay.
Never do the work if you can get a machine to do it for you.
Okay, that's one down.
Ah! Those majestic, murderous glinthawks!
What about them? I'm beating them up. I don't even know where the third one's gone. Oh, there's another 3 coming. I see why it gave you a lot of resources.
I hope you like fighting these things,
because there's more in the way.
You've mentioned. I'll just fly off. Oh, what is going on?
Never do the work if you can get a machine to do it for you.
What is going on?
Majestic, murderous Glinthawks. I hope you like fighting these things, because there's more in the way.
He likes repeating himself. Sorry, I'm not actually reading the chat right now.
Those majestic, murderous Glinthawks.
Okay. Right. What you guys say? Have a look. Stab him. Don't worry, birds aren't real. No, we need bad guy for the sequel. He's talking pretty calmly for a guy that's been stabbed and set on fire. Yes. Voice acting is precious. Gives me early 2000s PS2 voice acting. These men challenge robo-dinosaurs with spears. So being stabbed on it. Being stabbed and lit on fire is Tuesday. Well, that's true. Hope you like fighting these things because there's more on the way. The game doesn't like kill him. Yeah, we should have killed him like right at the start of that fight. Never do the work if you can get machines to do it for you. Yep. Sound of someone who uses AI art. Alright, can I stab you now, please?
As much as I wish Ursa was here to kill you, I don't mind doing it for her.
Go ahead. I'm not afraid. Except that knowing you, Aaron, you'll screw it up!
I know what you are afraid of. Going back to Mainspring in chains. Every clan in the claim wants you dead. And they know how to make it hurt. They'll even bid for the privilege.
It's just like you to get someone else to do your killing.
Shut up! You're at the Sun King's mercy now.
He just walked in, said nothing, gave a nod and walked out. You've been fighting burbs the whole night. I have. So, the interesting thing, yeah, it's good to be king. It is that the birds that attacked me didn't do fire damage. They just did cold damage. So how is he expecting his backup plan to burn the city? Right, that's... Where's Duval? That's the brother. Duval is there. I may as well talk to these guys first. Freezer burn. Oh yeah, freezer burn, that'd do it. How checked out must QA have been? Let that sequence go through. Where is he? Can I sit on the chair? Talk to you.
Aloy, to say you have my gratitude feels woefully insufficient. You saved my life. You saved Meridian. And because of you, there will be justice for Ursa's murder. We can mourn her knowing the truth, without painful uncertainty. It's hard to imagine where we'd be without you. And I don't want to try. I hope you will consider staying in Meridian.
Were you and Ursa, you know...
I suppose it's obvious how I feel... how I felt about her. She didn't just give me advice. She gave me strength. But we couldn't be together. Relations between the Karja and Oseram and Meridian were unsteady as it was.
It's not fear. No, it is not fear.
The union of the Sun King and an Oseram warrior would have led to open revolt in the city. And probably war with the clans.
Did anyone know?
Only one. Dervahl. He wanted Ursa, but she rejected him. And so jealousy became yet another of his hateful motivations.
That's why Dervahl killed her then. Okay. From what I recall, the studio wasn't in the best shape when they made this. Oh, okay.
What exactly will happen to Dervahl?
Does the studio still
For
exist?
Now, he'll languish in one of the old cells under the Sun Ring here in Meridian. As for what happens after we negotiate his extradition to Mainspring, I don't want to think about it. My father was very creative when it came to inflicting suffering. But some Oseram devices surpass even his imaginings. What a waste. Dervahl is a brilliant man. I wonder what he would have accomplished if it weren't for my father's cruelty.
Okay. Oh yeah, the sequel.
I know who attacked the Nora. A faction of Shadow Karja called the Eclipse. They're digging up ancient machines, weapons they want to use to strike Meridian.
I see. What you're saying echoes whispers I've heard from Murad. A Shadow Karja splinter group, corrupted machines across the land. When will the attack come, do you know?
I'm not sure
No.
yet.
And we will do what we can to prepare. Keep me informed if you learn more.
Okay, so that's him spoken. Guerrilla Games, they mostly made Killzone. Oh, these are the guys that made Killzone, okay. I think we've mentioned this before. Had a lot of trouble from the fourth Killzone, which was supposed to be a big PS4 show-off.
Aloy, I was just thinking about Ursa. She would have killed Dervahl on the spot. I know it. That's why she went out to meet him in the first place, to put him down. But she also told me to grow up. I gotta admit it burned a little when she said that, but I'm trying to take it to heart. And I guess growing up means putting what you should do in front of what you want to do, right?
You're asking me? I'm pretty sure you're older.
Yeah, but I don't act like it, do I?
You did with Dervahl.
Don't give me too much credit. Part of me still wants to wait for a quiet moment and wring his neck.
Yeah, but you won't. Because you're a good captain.
Come on, stop. You're gonna make me tear up.
But it was kind of buggy and not very good, just didn't sell well, so this was kind of their last shot. Oh, okay.
What do you think the Oseram will do to Dervahl?
First off, they'll argue about it for a long time. But whatever they come up with, it won't be quick. I can live with that. In fact, I might just drop by his cell under the Sun Ring to remind him what's coming.
So, after all this, what's next for errand vanguardsman?
Heading back to the claim for a while. I'll get in touch with my clan and we'll lay Ursa to rest properly. Like how she would have wanted. And by that I mean, Less chit-chat, more drinking.
Well,
I know, you gotta go. Killers to track, machines to master, all before breakfast. You know what? When we met, I thought I was a big shot talking to a pretty girl hidden away in the middle of nowhere. Now I see that I was just lucky to get a minute of your time.
Well, he's not wrong about that.
Try not to forget about me while you're out there changing the world.
I will
I'll
hydrate.
always have a minute for you. Maybe even 2.
2? Huh. She likes me.
Oh, I was hoping it'd actually let me speak to Duvard after that, but shame. Did I level up? I did. Twice, actually. Posture check and hydrate. Thank you. Right. Well, I know you guys have been telling me to get melee, so why don't I get Precision Plus? So that I can whack better. Right. So that's that. Now it wants me to go all the way into the mountains. I think we can do. Should probably get that. So let's... Best way... I go from that campfire. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll go from this campfire, and then I'll call in a steed, a mount, I don't know what, a mount, and then we'll go up and try and get the giant giraffe thing. Right, let's hit quick save. And I call upon the Robo Horse. Beep beep. Alright, it'd be so funny if they actually did sound like Roadrunner. It should be this way. Ooh, herbs. I must acquire herbs and eat them.
That away.
Sadly, the game isn't on PC, so you can't mod it. Which one's not on PC? The New Horizon game? Horizon Zero Dawn. Rupert, I'm playing it on PC. It came out on Steam, like, ages ago. Do you know what? I want to try something. Oh, right. There's idiots talking about fresh prey. No, that's not a PS4. Your PC has been a PS4 this whole time. Oh no. I'm living in the past. Where mods now? I don't know if this thing has mods. Okay, I was going to try and override it, but it's gleefully murdering people for now. Yeah, I kind of want to, but there's these idiots trying to kill it. Maybe I can still. It does, and the first one is... Ah, Okay, well, we won't be getting that one. Besides it being impractical, there's literally no point in this game. Can you just kill the guy so you can... What is that? That trampler shoots fire when it runs. Oh, no, no, no. Don't you come this way. Just kill that last guy. Come on. Okay, I don't think they can kill that one specific guy. And now I'm in a bad place. Yeah, I'll come back. Good luck, my guy. Good luck. You need it. I looked up Horizon mods. I regret looking up Horizon mods. It's really that bad. You need that heart for the upgrade. I do. But until they stop fighting that guy, I can't get it. Oh, is it? Have they finally stopped? I think so. Maybe?
Sun's making a show of it.
Right. Come on, Mr. T-Rex. I've got one shot at this. And some numpty has just come in. I'll run at this T-Rex with my bow and arrow. Dead. Let me tell you something. As a veteran Elder Scrolls mod user, my life is full of regret. Never modded a game. I've modded quite a few games. It's quite fun, to be perfectly honest. That is correct. Armageddon is a fun mod. Yes, I've always heard that. Right, I'm not going to get a chance to do it sneaky. Because these indestructible guards are just being indestructible. Oh, what? Where did you come from? What did you say? Some mods are great. Star Wars Empire at War, Dawn of War, Empire at War. I actually want to play that game again at some point because it's a really fun game. I do enjoy it. Except for Corn Faction OP as an NPC faction, they never stop rushing. Well, that sounds like Corn, all right. Okay, the question here is... Oh, it's absolutely... That's fine. We'll head along the cliffs and grab that campfire. Oh. This place. Have we been here before?
What happened here? Snout moths everywhere.
Yeah, they're all just piled up here. Lots of
Should've
arrows.
brought a cart.
It's like an ambush site. Can I have the other supply? No. Okay, can I have this supply? No, okay. I don't want to go down there. I want to know what's up here. Now I'm curious. That's my campfire. And I saw lights this way. Stalker Anomaly, which is a combination of all 3 Stalker games with extra added content. Interesting. Empire at War has a ton of great total conversions for it. There's like a total Star Wars conversion mod for it, right? Look at this place. Like someone's home.
I'd have to leave something else behind.
I say as I steal things. No Star Sector. Not today. I will be playing it later on, though, in the week. But hey, welcome to the stream. And you need to BRB. Okie dokie. Oh, I hear the giraffe thing now.
I must be closing in on the signal.
What? Oh, right, it's this tall neck. Another campfire discovered. You. Maybe not easy. Somehow that was still a stealth kill. Have a quick couple of people up there.
Too close.
Okay, there we go. I don't know how they didn't see me, but I'm happy.
I need to find a way up to the tall neck's head.
Ew.
The killers. What are they doing here?
Hmm. Oh, what? Oh, no, no, no.
It looks like they're trying to capture the tall neck.
Great. That's never good. Well, you die. And you. Wish they were making more Star Wars games. I do too. I can't remember that one, what that one was called that was teased ages ago that got cancelled. Does that look like it was going to be a really good one? Yeah, 1313, that's it. Hardpoint arrows. You gonna let me climb it? No, you know. Surely you're gonna... Nope, still won't let me climb it.
But we will deliver, as promised.
Oh, unable without leader strike. Okay then. Actually the folks behind Infamous. Oh, really? Everything presented was everything they had done. About, we think, 1 to 2 years of work. Oh, wow. And
I
they
think I can leap onto the tall neck from here.
just cancelled it like that. I don't see a reason to go over there. Now I just need this big boy to come back round here. Same people got hired to make Metroid Prime 4 and was so slow Nintendo cancelled that and scrapped all their work. Oh. That's kind of rude.
I should be able to jump onto the tall neck from here.
I know, ally. I'm going to try.
Okay, time to climb up to its head.
Have to remember how. Okay, and here you go. Wouldn't it be cool if I could override this but actually change it into a mount? Right, see what that revealed. All that area. Oh wow, look at that. So there's a town, some settlement over there. Cool, cool. Hello down there. This is going to be interesting getting down now that there's enemies down there. T-Rex mount rather. I wouldn't mind that if we could get it to work. Missed.
I've been seen.
It's her!
Okay, now I'm in trouble. Ever so slightly. Okay, took away 2 of his weapons. Oh, I forgot they could do that.
Don't waste my time. I'm gonna find you anyway.
Not really. This is funny. Regroup and be burst into flames. Toast, exactly. Don't you remember this thing doesn't like being on fire either? I might be wrong though. Of course it hides. Ooh, that almost knocked me off. There we go. I knew it didn't like fire. That thing is just chilling. You mean the murder robot? Or the giraffe thing? That gives no shits. No, it doesn't. Why should it? It's tall. Missed. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Missed. Hit. Down we go. It's the capybara of robots. I love that analogy. See what you had. A corruptor heart. Can't remember what I needed that for. Or if I do. Do I? Alright, let's... Okay. These mega hamsters are great. Right, let me get that bonfire and then I'll fast travel. Where am I going? To the right. You know what I realized this is? Minus kind of like boss fights essentially is it's a bit like Elden Ring, like the open world aspect to it.
Keep that for later.
Because Elden Ring, you like travel all over and fight bosses and monsters and things, right? Elden Ring when? When Elden Ring's on sale, or I get it. If I get it, I'll play it. Right. Now I want to fast travel. No, I've never really been a fan of the Souls series or Souls-like games. There's been a couple, like Code Vein. I do quite like Code Vein, even though I suck at it. And I think I did give the first Dark Souls a try, and I think I've played the third one as well. But I'm not that good. By Bloodborne. On that PS4 PC. Elden Ring with the seamless co-op mod should be fun. Oh, that's actually a good point.
They saw us.
Oh boy, run. Bloodborne is my favorite game of all time. Yeah, I know a few people that do quite like it. Bloodborne PC is never... Oh, it's not on PC? At least we're getting Bloodborne cart. I keep seeing videos of that every now and again. Out of my way, things. I need to run. Yeah, it's actually in development. Is it a fan game or is it an actual official game? Game. So many robots. Same person who made the Bloodborne remake, i.e. Bloodborne, but if it was a PS1 game. Someone did that? Oh wow, look at that thing. Interesting. There's a flower somewhere to my right. I actually...
Shadows are getting long.
The Mark 1 flower. That's green. That makes me think it's got acid. Yeah, I could get Bloodborne with the co-op mod. Not Bloodborne. Blah, blah, blah. Elden Ring. An entire pack of them there.
Eclipse.
I'm not showing any focuses at that location. Shouldn't be anything you can't handle on your own. Carry on.
Thanks.
Thanks, Zavala.
On my own, all right.
Dibs on being Ita Vidya? Eyes Up Guardian? Exactly. I love that he's in this. Somehow that was a stealth kill, even though there was like... Yeah, exactly. Think. Missed. I did find it kind of funny that she just quoted Looney Tunes, even though she has no idea what Looney Tunes is.
Nice. Do a good hunt.
Let's have a look. I know the whole lore. Yeah, he is the lore guy for Souls games. Sorry. Great voice. Okay. Arrows back to
The grave hoard. In the shadow of a metal devil. Great.
So these are the tanks that they started making to try and fight the AI. What's that? No. Maybe? Surely not. Not that. Okay, I'm just too curious to see what it is that's down here. Secret head try jumping. But I dug into a lot of the lore myself that would happily explain Bloodborne lore and guide Zen. I don't mind a guide into theories like that because I don't feel like I'd be very good at them.
This must be the pass Vtuber was talking about. With Banuk territory just above.
Banuk territory. The manual save. Oh, and the Banuk. Oh, the Banuk live all the way up there. Okay. I'm going into the spooky horde.
Going down fast.
Oh boy.
They're inside too.
Just two.
Operation Enduring Victory.
Oh no!
What did that mean? Whatever it is, it doesn't seem to have worked out very well. That does it. Time to take a look around the room.
That didn't go too bad. Elden Ring has George R.R. Martin on it as well. I'm not familiar with who that is, so I do apologize in advance. All monsters now, yeah. Bloodborne lore. Oh boy. Okay. Game of Thrones writer. Oh, okay. And we'll never finish them?
Titan inbound, same play as Akron. Base defense locks it down. We engage, sever the limbs, blast out the fountains.
Another day in the life. Record time, really close. MIB on point. Hoorah!
A battle. Frozen in ice and time.
And they broke through there.
Are you getting this, Silence? Silence?
Great nut, Guardian. Oof. Most of the show was made and came out in the time between when his last book was published and now. Ah, okay.
Say again, Lieutenant.
I got some. Titan is through the defenses. Still on approach. A live one. And he's pissed.
We got no mobility in here. It'll punch right through us.
We hold the hedge at all costs. Then push back out.
Guessing it means the corrupt. Well, yeah, the corruptors.
Looks like quite an enduring victory we put our foot in today.
Contact in 30 seconds.
Hey, think that's enough time for Sobek to finish Zero Dawn?
If this is really it, I gotta say, it's been an honor to serve beside these tanks.
Here it comes.
Brace for contact!
Okay.
Silence, you getting this?
What is it?
All these soldiers. They died here.
People die all the time. Now keep going and find something interesting.
He ain't got time for that. I did see something. Yeah. Standard necklace. Silence is such a humanitarian. He is. Anything else here? Oh, I see. So the foundry punched right into the vault entrance. If it's not knowledge, he doesn't give a hoot about it. Pretty much. Nothing else around here, so let's go jump inside, shall we? Oh, we literally are jumping down. A safe way down? Can't tell. Oh, there we go. That was hard to know. The light, environmental light's changing doesn't help either. Or did you know this is a Destiny prequel? Of Thousand Sun. Priest, yeah, he could do either. Got a bunker door there. Got something there, supply crate. That's nothing of interest. All of that. Alright. This water must be like freezing cold. The mental image of a tech priest going, indeed, into Valor's voice amused me. I kind of do like the sound of that. Wow, that thing's tentacle leg.
Must have been where the soldiers slept. Like the lodge in Mother's Heart, I guess.
It went deep.
Log. Third Battle of California Marine. The swarm came in from the Pacific, and I don't know if it was the local Minutemen or the crazy 15th, but they'd set the garbage patch alight. Man, the sea was on fire. That stuff was pretty. The first wave of bots came in covered in burning sludge. It bought us an hour or two of slaughtering them on the beaches before the swarm recalculated. We pulled them inland, back through the Kalmar sprawl. Dropped buildings on them, EMP'd the grid. Standard operating procedure.
Okay.
The last time I was in California, I was 5, 6. The light was like that vintage social net filter that was everywhere in the 40s. Log. First battle of the Eastern Seaboard Wall.
Welcome back.
Run up to it. This was before Kalmar, and projections were a lot worse for the East. For 3 weeks, we kept getting scrambled out to some coastal burg to train Minutemen. It was always raining on account of Europe already being torched. Block after block of prefab barracks. They were still printing barracks right up until the hour the main force hit. The Minutemen? We ran combat drills with them in the streets where they'd lived, trying to pretend they might live to die somewhere else if they paid attention. Nothing worse than the ones who actually bought into it. Hopeful, pestering us with questions about Zero Dawn like we know something they don't. I swear, the more we do this...
Our Guardian, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew.
Except they learn from every
What was
fight.
this place?
Us? I'm not so sure.
I wonder how many were in the average. Honestly, I wonder too, because it sounds like it was a terrible thing to come up against.
Recalls, I've been instructed to remind you of Article 115 of base policy regarding unauthorized use of processor cycles. Specifically 115C. Any holographic simulation not directly related to operational training or efficiency. Consider yourself reminded and enjoy your gaming.
1,000, 10,000, a million. I wonder if it was just as many as it needed to do the job.
Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the wreck and recalls, I don't know, 20 drops. In and out of the West Coast, fighting with these civilian enlistees, scrappy guys and gals. Their training is basically, here's a DEW, when you see a bot, hit it. But somehow it's all coming together. Between us and the 6th MRB, we took down a horse at Lithium Beach. Pulled out before its buddies arrived, but to see a big one go down, I hope you made the news, honey. Showed everyone we're gonna have a shot at turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs, and everything will be the way it used to be.
Yeah, honestly, the way that when the reveal came about the biomass conversion, it was like, oh, right.
I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long and tougher every time. The swarm's getting better at predicting us. Less of us now. And we have to put in 10 times the work for everyone gone.
How'd they ever get comfortable?
Like a family business on
It
hard
was the
times.
metal world.
Only
Guess they were used to it.
this isn't my family. It's not with you. I still try to see you. The life we had in the eyes of the people out there. I remember when they were glad to see us. When they still had hope. It all seems to be slipping away. I don't even recognize the places we're defending. The only thing I know I'm still fighting for is you. For Zero Dawn to turn this around. Whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, making them unhackable, no backdoor, no nothing. What a mistake that was. It's a notebook.
Just one bed. Maybe their war chief's room.
Okay. See us doing the same thing too. Honestly, yeah. It's terrifying to think that we could make the same mistakes they did. Yeah. Drop down. For one beautiful moment in time, we make great profits for our shareholders. That's that meme, isn't it, where they're all huddled in a cave? And it's like the end of the world or something. It is kind of scary how that's kind of what's happening now, though, to be fair.
These wires must run to the power source. Red light. Guess that means no power.
Oh. Gotta follow the power cables. Profits. We made so many profits. Exactly. Is that another one of the tentacle? Or is it the same one? Alright, so there's a ladder going down. And there's there.
Holographic interface. Must be some kind of code. Maybe I should try scanning objects in this area. Useful information.
Nice. I doubt it'd be this easy, but... Then turn it.
3 power lines, resources. That makes 1.
Oh, that was what I had to do. Okay. That's the other one. Other audio log.
Y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot? Goes like this. Bird flies north in summer, east in spring, west in fall, and south in winter. Didn't expect to hear nature poetry from the lips of Mike the GT Tech now, did you? As usual, I defy expectations.
What? Can I listen to that again?
Hey, y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot? Goes like this. Bird flies north in summer, east in spring, west in fall, and south in winter. Didn't expect to hear nature poetry from the lips of Mike the GT Tech now, did you? As usual, I defy expectations.
That's 2. 1 more.
Okay. That was a puzzle even I could work out. I'm not good at puzzles. The machines will never figure that out. Might as well just give the code. Yeah. Can't be that simple. Up, up, down, down.
Okay, that did it.
It was.
Sounds like that did it.
Okay. Identify all the traffic lights in these 9 images. Is it this way around? There we go. Yep, the power's on now. A bit come from? Are you human? Yes or no? That's the ultimate way to stop them.
Tools being used and voices. More clips. Must be another way in.
Oh boy. Ah, power cell.
Good. Another power cell. If I find more, I should be able to get to that ancient armor I found.
Strange animal. Oh boy, 1,000-year-old health potion. Exactly.
It's them, all right. They're not looking for answers, just weapons.
Have a look. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a scrapper. Ah yes, 1,000-year-old alchemical reagent made by the former high-tech society. I mean, that's how it works, right? I can assume. Let's tag him and highlight his track. It doesn't go where I thought it was going to go. A really complicated type. You walk down there. That guy just walks back and forth, which is the more simpler one. Probably 1,000-year-old ibuprofen pills crushed into some Coca-Cola. He looked. I'm not. Oh, it goes up the other way. No. No, you don't. Oh, he's not. I don't have a leader strike. Crap. Okay. Fire solves everything. That's the aim of the game.
Don't mind me.
Headshot on you. Get the Coca-Cola and Mentos. This will be our artillery against the machines. It might be viable. Like a ninja. Hide in the shadow. Literally, literally the shadows. no.
Go around!
No! Ow. Pain. Give me herbs that are actually mushrooms. Come on. I dare you. I dare you. That's what the force gun was all along. Come on. Walk around that corner. How did I miss it such close range? I surprised even myself. Okay. That's that fine. Now, let us loot. I'm enjoying this place, though. I always... like, games that let you do spelunking, especially if it's, like, into ancient sci-fi ruins, like this, I really do enjoy it. Cultist there. Supply crate over there. Gotcha. Oh yeah. Cultist as what? Okay. And supply crate. Away. Which wood do I have? 976. This must have been like a storage shed for tanks, basically. This bit. And for sticks. Storage shed for sticks. This. I believe in you.
Ames, I know I mail you too much. I'm just proud of what you're doing. Everyone back home is. We got moved inland 10 kilometers, just as a precaution, they say. School's still in session, so I get to keep my eye on Andres and Reggie. We never know where or when you're fighting, but when the VTOLs go over, all the kids run out and wave.
Huh.
I believe in you. I know nothing's ever gonna be the same, but I believe in you. I believe in us.
Voicemail.
Ames, I don't even know if you're alive anymore. The mails I get from you, they say they're from you, but they don't sound... They sound recycled. Phrases put together, and you don't say anything about the news I pass on. The containment zone, the rebreathers, the rioting, one Earth. What happened in the Dallas bubble, Ames, that wasn't the robots. They won't even give me a straight answer when I demand to know if you're
Maybe
still
I have to go.
alive.
Alright, Sayori,
They
catch
just
you
say
later.
if your messages
Thanks for
keep
stopping
coming,
by.
then you're still operational. It's not fair, Ames. It's not fair that you won't be with me when the lights go out. I love you.
That's so sad.
Status report. 9th Mechanized Response Brigade, Commanding Officer Lieutenant Fiona Morrell. Unit morale continues to be adversely impacted by outbound engagements against the Pharaoh Plague, especially when said engagements occur in sectors where civilian guard enlistees have been heavily engaged. The scope and nature of fatalities suffered by civilian guard and unarmed civilians in these sectors defy description. And witnessing it is generating a pervasive sense of hopelessness in the unit. Accordingly, I once again request that deployments of the 9th MRB be temporarily refocused on facilities that are mission critical to Project Zero Dawn. And once again, I request an immediate update on the status of Project Zero Dawn's timeline.
Not in your lifetime, unfortunately, as we discovered.
I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long. We have to put in the work for everyone. Like a family business. I still see you in the eyes of the people out there. They were glad to see us. They still had hope. I'm still fighting for you.
Wow, that was horribly edited, wasn't it? I do like the name of calling the robot swarm a plague. Yeah. Edited and repoo.
Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the wreck and recalls. Fighting with these civilian enlistees. Scrappy guys and gals. That's all coming together. Between us and the 6th MRB, we took down horrors. I hope you made the news, honey. Showed everyone we're turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs.
I wonder... Maybe the guy died, so they were trying to pretend he was still alive. Doing a horrible job at the voice chopping. Use the console. Not just yet. Oh, that's the room from earlier. Okay. Those now we'll use.
What is this?
That? It's a map.
A map of what?
The Earth.
Our world. The planet Earth, Aloy. It's not flat like you thought.
Why would I think that? During eclipses, the shadow cast on the moon is curved. So our world is a globe. And it looks like this, from a distance.
We'll discuss this another time. Back to the matter at hand.
The Faro robots were spreading across the world, eating everything up. Somehow, Elizabeth stopped them before it was too late. But how?
How indeed. Hello again, Commander Zavella. Yes. An empty room. They have that conversation. What was the purpose? Because she found some information, I'm assuming. But it's not what this guy's looking for. is where I think the game excels. They make Robot Apocalypse just sound horrid. Yeah. That's big.
The eclipse. Tampering with a metal devil. They don't think they can wake it, do they?
Let's hope not.
Watch out!
Oh. Oh no.
Sun, shadow.
Another coalition. And this one can move.
Wait. Isn't like the entire body or something missing there? Is that a glitch? Oh, there it is. Your next tier of ferro machine above corruptors. Swarm launcher, flamethrower, gun turret. That says it's weak to precision. Is this one? Oh, don't make me go down there, please.
That wasn't a warning.
Oh, you're joking. Okay then. Delete this human. Yes. Okay, let's skip it.
Another coalition. And this one can move.
Right, so I'm gonna have to keep moving.
Emotional, damn it!
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't do anything. No, 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 no.
Out of ammo, but not out of ideas.
Oh great, it destroys terrain. Just what we need. Ah, don't miss. Okay, I need this one. It's faster. That sounded like fireworks. Sorry, dude.
I'm out.
Oh god. This machine is persistent. Does fire do anything to it? Yep. Fire buildup. Lobby neck. Okay, got the last dude. Rod.
So the soldiers long ago, they had to fight hundreds of those all at once.
Lummy neck.
Wow.
Oh, yep, I do need a stretch. We actually get up there? Could, we can't now. Release coil, eruption coil, damage coil. Nice! That had some decent stuff on it. So why is this pharaoh not killing the cultist? Good question. I'll craft those.
These will keep.
Rust, totally. Although, like, they're supposed to be organic eating nanomachines, right? So, wouldn't they just self-repair? Okay, nothing else. This convenient door. Oh, right. Go. I think the reason Ally has an edge is literally because of the focus, because it's showing her the weak points. Which I'm sure the guys back in the, well, that were fighting these things had that advantage as well, but maybe there's something different about them now. Like there's just less of them and they're more broken. How much fuel are these things eating right now? Do they? We don't even know what kind of fuel they use, right? Anything else down here? Okay. Biomass. Ah, yeah. No, you see, Zan, Aloy is the product of Project Zero Dawn, which is aimed at creating the first adepts. She just put all of her power points into increasing bow damage. I mean, I do get those upgrade coil thingies that do more damage.
Dr. Sobek, as projected, the Wichita salient has collapsed. 5 Horus-class Titans have broken through. We predict contact in 34 hours.
Everything is in position, General. It took a few shortcuts to pull everything together, but Zero Dawn is functionally complete. Good to go.
That enduring victory served its purpose after all.
Yes, if we'd had even one day less.
I've sent you an encoded file, Doctor. Please do me the favor of archiving it.
I'll see what I can do. What is it?
A brief statement. An allocution of crimes, I guess you'd call it.
To what are you admitting guilt?
Over the past 16 months, Doctor, I have presided over the greatest wholesale slaughter of military personnel and civilians in the history of history. Genghis Khan, Hitler, Stalin, Sorabella, add them all together. They don't even come close.
You didn't do the killing, General.
No, not directly. But I didn't wind up the highest ranked military commander in the United States by resisting the automation of the armed forces. Even before the swarm, Doctor, I was helping death along.
Hank.
Instead of letting what I've done sink into the murk, forgotten, I sent a file with all the details. Let posterity judge my actions with clear vision.
I'll do as you ask, General. But you should consider that were it not for your actions, our actions, there wouldn't be any posterity to judge us.
Perhaps. Dr. Sobek.
At ease, General. And goodbye.
Hell of a thing.
Hungry enough to make one more of themselves, which makes them hungry again. Repeat ad infinitum. Place waging a war. Yeah. This one then.
Thank you, Dr. Sobek. You can take a seat.
What? You're going to thank her after what she just said?
Dr. Sobek has made the situation very clear, General, and given us an option. We should all be thanking her.
Oh, it's just... I mean, my God.
Maybe take this discussion offline.
There's not going to be any discussion. You saw the numbers. Now, Pharaoh, he'll foot the bill, but his money can't buy the time necessary to complete Zero Dawn. That can only be paid for in blood.
Oh, come on. If we upgrade our fleet, crack the code somehow...
Were you not listening? Robots can't do the fighting for you this time. When it comes to hacking, this rogue swarm is an apex predator. Anything automated you throw at it, they will hijack and take over.
But this... we'd be throwing civilians into a meat grinder.
Commanders, the enemy we're facing self-replicates faster than we can kill it. And it eats biomass as fuel. Zero Dawn is all we've got.
So we put a railgun in the hand of every civilian strong enough to carry one, show them where the trigger is, and point them to the front? How the hell do we sell that?
By giving them something to fight for. Zero Dawn. The top secret super weapons program that will save us. So long as humanity holds off the swarm long enough for Dr. Sobek and her team to finish it. The file I'm sending contains the war plan for Operation Enduring Victory.
War plan? This is a war crime.
It may be ugly, but it's something. Consider the alternative. Dr. Sobek, I've secured use of a decommissioned orbital launch base outside Bryce, Utah as the Zero Dawn staging area. Plenty of space there. When can you get started?
I've already mailed you a list of Alpha and Beta candidates. Most are foreign nationals or subjects of corporate holdings, so extracting them...
Leave that to me. You'll get your dream team. Count on it.
Then I'll be off.
Ooh.
Orbital launch base. What is that? What did these people do? What did Elizabeth do?
They committed war crimes. It's what they did. Makes you wonder why they didn't just nuke the bots. I'm guessing it could replicate? Put people into space, put them in stasis, let them rain back down on the planet if 5,000 years past them. Maybe. Determined climbing cutscene.
Glad to be rid of that place. Now I just need to find the orbital launch base they talked about.
I've checked my data and located the base. That's the good news.
And the bad?
It's directly underneath the Citadel. The palace at Sunfall.
The capital of the Shadow Carja. Not exactly convenient.
The palace is crawling with Eclipse agents. Many in positions of authority, all of them wearing focuses. The moment they see you, Hades will too. He'll issue another kill order, and this time, the entire Shadow Carja military will be after you.
So, disable their focuses. You've done it before.
It's not that simple. Too many focuses in one place, each of them communicating with each other and back to Hades, a whole network of them.
Network? What's that?
Imagine a vast, invisible web stretched across the land from end to end, connecting focuses together, allowing them to communicate over vast distances instantaneously.
All right, so is there some way to cut the web down?
Crash the network. Audacious. Yes, there is a way. A weak point in the network.
Point the way.
I'll send the location data to your focus. Head there, and I'll be in touch when you're close with more directions.
What was Zero Dawn? What sort of super weapon did Elizabeth make? She stopped the machines, not before the world she knew, her civilization, ended. Let's hope it won't come to that again.
A nation with focuses. Why is Aloy special? I'm guessing it's because the Shadow Carja, as a nation, has embraced technology where everybody else hasn't.
Now, how am I gonna get down from here? Oh, this should be quite the ride.
Oh. Whee! Wait, this is cool. That wasn't, however. This should be cool, Splat. All right, let's try that again.
Now, how am I gonna get down?
What was
from
I
here?
supposed to land on?
This should be quite the ride.
Emotional, damn it!
Ah, there we go. Oof.
I'd do that again if it weren't so much work to get back up there.
Okay. I'm taking a screenshot. That's cool. Aloy, you did do it again after dying. It's funny what death can do for you. So, the Sun King is there. The Shadow Carja capital is there. Oof. Okay. Well, I think we'll travel to this campfire, save, and then I'll call it good. We can go in 4.5 hours, and my voice is starting to go. have a look. Eat an egg for your voice. What will an egg do for my voice? Less nation and more kind Mechanicus cult city of sorts, somewhat. Very accurate. Ah, okay. Stream, I mean, I'm typically going to be streaming longer than this coming. It's just getting used to longer streams. Are you good, game? Are you going to load? Thank you. It's like taking its time to load areas and stuff now, which is a bit odd. Right, let me switch to chatting. And we'll go find someone to raid. But that's the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. Just put some music on a minute while I have a look. Go. Yeah, I'm really getting in. I'm less interested in the fantasy side of the story, and I'm more interested in the sci-fi part of the story, as funny as that sounds. Okay, let's have a look. Deca is streaming. We'll go say hello to Deca. We've not said hello in a while. He's a fellow Wolfman. So we'll go say hello to him. Right, so thank you all for watching today. It has been fun. My socials are there, both Twitter and Discord, should you wish to join or follow. No obligation whatsoever, just pointing out that's where they are, should you wish. I'll be back Wednesday. No, I'll be back tomorrow in the morning playing Star Sector, and then I'll be back Wednesday playing more Horizon. And then Friday, we're going to be doing some miniature building. I'm going to build a tank on stream, so that's going to be interesting. So, hope you all have a fantastic evening. Thank you again to Guardian for following, and Saurus for subscribing, and Blood Angels for giving a gift, and to Sorrow for Fufia for donating bits. Appreciate it. So, I'll catch you all either tomorrow or Wednesday. So, goodbye. Bye.